Okay, I would like to see if this works. At the moment, it seems to be working, but I can't be sure. Yeah, because I even tried reinstalling the driver like I did before. I'm not going to do a total, like, restart. Well, I don't know, there's a chance I might not even be able to get too far into the Archon quest as I would have liked to. At least, well, if it keeps doing this, like, if it keeps having a bad day, then, well, yeah, obviously. Because, yeah, I'm here, like, every single time I... Oops. Okay, yeah, every single time that I try... Well, yeah, it just seems like... you know, I'm having more trouble than it's worth. And... like, years ago, this wasn't a problem, but now it is. But I suppose that's my fault for using outdated technology, I suppose. Okay, well then, I guess I'm gonna try to see how much further I can get before... well, let's hope for the better here, cross our fingers. Well, I'm definitely not going to be looking forward to this part. I can already tell. Okay, it's up here. Yeah, I am really not looking forward to this part. Oh my god, it's pathetic fallacy at work here. Considering what happened, it is very fitting. No, Nilu, please don't dance for this. This is nothing to be dancing about. Well, I suppose it might help if I take the path like a normal person and, oh great, the lightning can strike from here. That's nice. Really, really nice. Oh, jeez. Yeah, that could have... Right, well... here we are. Really not looking forward to this. Where's the rain?
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation in Poisson, Paimon doesn't think there'd be a ton of people here visiting graves.
No, I especially imagine some of them are still trying to recover from the disaster.
Right. That's how things are now. The living are so exhausted that they've no strength to spare any words for the dead.
Navia?
There's no need to push yourself so hard. And she's really pushing herself right now.
Navia, what's wrong?
Sorry. I just... Malus and Silver... They won't ever come back here again. What should I do, Papa?
Huh? What happened to them?
I'm sorry for your loss.
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still, I was the one who initiated it. They were helping evacuate the residents, but they couldn't leave in time. And they were caught in the seawater.
What should we do?
I've known them for so long. And I know they weren't afraid. But I could at least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he rests. But as for Malus and Silver, they're just gone. I just can't.
Well, I can say there's nothing to yay about here.
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Callus's grave.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps we might even have a picnic. He wouldn't be angry, would he?
How could Master ever be upset with you, demoiselle? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not? Everyone ends up here sooner or later, no matter who you are.
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are you?
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus, demoiselle.
Of course, we know there won't be any burials for them.
Hey, stop joking around.
And I don't know, why is that butterfly still in color? It's giving me some Schindler's List and Attack on Titan kind of vibes there. I don't know if that was intentional or not. And unfortunately, well, another story time with me, but my mother used to always talk about, I'm gonna make a will, I'm gonna make a will. And at one point, I was just here like, stop saying that! Stop telling me this like you're going to die! It just got on my nerves because I was just here like, no! I don't want to think about you leaving me. And of course, due to her health, she never could make the will. And she passed away without ever having made that will. Yeah, that is an option. I guess at the very least, even though they can't physically be buried there can be like a physical thing like to commemorate them in a sense.
I'm quite serious. That way, it will save us both the trip to see each other whenever you visit your father's grave.
Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, exactly. It wouldn't be their physical remains. Well, God, well, I feel kind of, well, referring to, well, you know.
That makes sense. In that case, could I be buried on his other side?
After all, besides you, demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered Master's closest companions, no?
Well, I guess considering how long they served her father and now her, well, I guess you could say that.
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes just fine.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. All right. I'll remember your requests.
It seems cruelly ironic that they're talking about this.
But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even if I had to visit you two somewhere else. I'd promised to let them rest in peace here. But here I am breaking that promise.
Just like all the promises I couldn't keep from my mother when she died.
I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this. I don't usually cry, really.
It's okay, Navia.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better. But, well, she understands how you feel.
I'd always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, that never solely relied on me. Many things can only be accomplished with someone else's help.
Despite what you might hear about someone being self-made, more often than not, nobody makes it in this world completely on their own.
Luce and Silver have helped me so much. But by contrast, I could do nothing for them. I'm so sorry.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay with you.
We're here for you.
Thank you. Right now, you don't know how much that means. By the way, you can have a look at this. It's a list of victims from the incident that took place here.
Oh, God.
Obena, Khan, Burnett, Giverny, Francine, Karina, Daisy Ray, Joinville, Julienne, Esson, as well as Malus and Silver. So, everyone else is safe. But still...
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. And you're right. We lost Malus and Silver. But we were able to save more than we anticipated. The overall outcome indicates that the cost was worth it.
No one's sacrifice is truly necessary.
Right! Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another, sure, but that isn't something we should ever consider a trade.
Yeah, to trade one life for another. Yeah. I guess it really isn't fair to think of it that way now, is it? Yes, I imagine they will be... Well, all of the survivors are going to be messed up for life. Like Desiree's father. When you speak to him, how he's here, like he's not getting any younger, and how is he going to be able to go on living now, and... You know, if we go off the expectation that the parents have the children grow up, the parents grow older, and the children are there to help take care of the parents, especially in their twilight years. But then when something like this happens, well, obviously, it causes a lot of not only grief, but problems later on in the future.
Malus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone. They're heroes.
In that sense, they put their lives on the line to make sure that they were able to save as many people as possible.
You're right. Thank you, Paimon. What you said just now was pretty amazing, actually. I'll remember your words.
Oh, really?
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
Oh god, not you.
The knave? What are you doing here?
Is everything going well on your side?
What?
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate them to higher ground.
I repeat, what?
As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of. There is no need to worry.
Thank you very much.
Wait, do you two know each other?
It's Genshin Impact, Paimon. Almost everybody knows everybody.
We just met recently. Right, Miss Navia?
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter. But that doesn't quite fit this time. Besides, it never even crossed my mind that a Fatui Harbinger would come looking for me.
Not to bring any harm to you, right? Well, obviously, if she's here to assist with these evacuation and rescue efforts, is this going to be something like where Arlecchino, like, what am I trying to say here? Well, considering Fontaine is the land of her birth, she is more than willing to kind of put whatever else aside for the sake of helping Fontaine. But then, well, the whole assassination attempt on Farina, and I don't know. Kind of shaky logic there. Oh, hello there again.
Thanks to the knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation work so quickly.
Yeah, I kind of wonder what's going on here.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is I hope that there's no ulterior motives here, hiding something more sinister. Or something like Arlecchino's gonna try to, like, you know, now that your guard's lowered, I'm gonna go ahead and kill you now. And, you know, well, nothing like that rudimentary, but, you know, just, like, she's gonna try to do something terrible in the guise of doing something good.
That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure you understand what I mean.
You better not be calling Navia stupid.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before, and it's extremely important for us to know who we're working with.
Exactly. Which is kind of why I'm wondering what is going on here exactly.
My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount of emergency supplies. I'm quite surprised.
Well, it looks like Lumine is a little suspicious. Possibly. Because, yeah, I'm here like, well, here's another theory. What if Arlecchino or the Fatui or somebody, like, they're the cause of that tremor? And then it's like, oh, well, she even said that we were in the area, right? Why would you be in the area? It's a coincidence that they happen to be in the area when this happened, or this just happened to be taking place. If you catch my drift here. Basically, what I'm just here kind of saying is like, I don't know how exactly, but what if this was like a setup? Like, they set up a disaster somehow, and they swoop in and like, oh, we're here to help you. We're gonna be the heroes here and save the day from the problem that we caused. I'm just saying, I don't know how they would be able to do that, but that's kind of like one possibility that I'm looking at here. And I mean, she did say that she was trying to foster, like, good relations, right? Well, what better way to do that than to lend your aid to someone in need? That way you bolster that good reputation with them. But little do they know that you were the one who set up the danger that they were in to begin with. I don't know. I mean, of course, I could always be wrong. And I mean, I have been wrong in the past, so I'm just, like, I wouldn't be surprised if I'm totally wrong here.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good or ill. You've witnessed that firsthand, in any case. As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster.
Alright, she did say that.
Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such, do not be troubled by this token of our sincerity. Perhaps one day, you'll also be able to help me in the same way.
I guess we'll see when that happens.
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties. I won't forget your kindness.
Although I still have my eye on you, and Lumine seems to agree.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver. I only wish that my people could have arrived a little earlier to prevent this from happening.
Don't say that. You and your subordinates did everything you could. As Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person. And they weren't the price paid for other salvation. They chose to become heroes themselves. I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding words. But right now, there's nothing more suitable. They really did become heroes.
And that's one reason why you don't want to try to comfort someone and, feed them a bunch of sugar-coated words. It's difficult, to say the least.
You're right. I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Navia. Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate. Fortunately, I've never been one for such opinions.
So, you're one who will try to change fate, then?
I guess she challenges her fate here. Well, the fate of Fontaine, as it is.
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Thé. I still have some things to take care of, and the children need my attention. By the way, Traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Alright, then we'll just... Huh? This isn't right. Paimon thought you would ask us to walk with you for a moment so you could tell us something in private.
Yes, where there will be no witnesses.
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But there's no need today. It would not hurt to have Miss Navia listening in. Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together when we had the chance.
And now you're going to tell me that we're going to be working together.
You and I both know that there may be issues with the Primordial Sea. Previously, it was the fortress of Maripede's sluice gate, and this time it was the water levels in Poisson. These are both signals.
So, the time for jolly cooperation has come.
Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence network with you. During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date back to ancient times, and seem to be worth investigating in many ways. Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is becoming more urgent, so any pertinent information will prove extremely precious. My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly, this disaster struck, and at present, we're all busy prioritizing the rescue effort.
Okay, so then this is why she was here. Well, like I said, my theory of, the Fatui setting up a natural disaster just so the Fatui could go in and be heroes Like, I didn't say that that was the correct thing. I just said that it was a theory, a possibility. A wrong one at that, but it was still a theory.
So that's why the Fatui were already in Poisson.
Yeah, so, well, if we're taking her words at face value here, then they do have an alibi for why they were here.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist affected residents. Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you. Which is why I want to give you this task.
Are you sure this will be okay? Can you trust an outsider like me?
The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such, even though you are not from the house. I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider their friendship with you to be.
That I do.
Oh, that somehow makes Paimon feel kinda happy.
Kind of.
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children consider you family, it's only natural that I freely share it with you.
Got it! So all we gotta do is go to some ruins, right? We can handle that.
Well, I imagine it won't be that simple, but...
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
But I don't want you to get hurt or die or anything.
You wish to join, Miss Navia?
But are you sure you're up to exploring some ruins? You need to rest.
And yes, you've been through a lot.
Well, I'm sad, yes. But I can't just go back and plop myself into a chair by the roadside and do nothing.
Well, it's like, well, I forgot if it was Paimon or Lumine through the answer choices saying it, but to not push herself. I mean, I get what she's saying, but at the same time, you're walking a fine line between pushing yourself and trying to not let you sink into your sadness.
There's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands. As my father's successor, I must live up to the hopes he had in me.
Well, she does have that responsibility. So, well, I guess so.
Besides, I'm also doing this for myself. I need something, a distraction, to keep my mind off Malus and Silver.
Navia's strong, but she needs company right now. We can be that company if she goes to explore the ruins with us. Well, I guess that makes sense to me. Right now, I guess that is what she needs. Especially now that she probably does feel so alone.
Since you put it that way, I have no objections. What do you say, traveler?
We'll go to the ruins together.
All right. The ruins are to the south of Poisson. Here's the map.
Okay, the three of us will handle it. Come on, let's pack up and get going.
Okay. Meeting is also a parting. Well, if I think of Majora's Mask for a moment, whenever there is a meeting, a parting is sure to follow. But how long that parting lasts is up to you. Although in this case, if you think of the parting Malus and Silver had with Navia, well, I don't know how that would quite work out. I mean, unless you believe in an afterlife and being able to see the loved ones that you've lost again. In which case, you will meet again. But like I said, that really depends on how much you believe in an afterlife and things like that. But of course, for the scope of this channel, I would rather not delve into such things like too much. But, well, I am just kind of here thinking of that quote from the Happy Mask salesman from Majora's Mask. Because I mean, well, it's literally half of the quote there, where whenever there is a meeting, a parting is sure to follow. Well, I mean, it's most of the words from that quote, and they're kind of in the right order. Let me see, how far is it anyway? Okay, well. Okay. I was here like... Yeah, why couldn't we explore this before? And it's like, well, that's why. A lot of, like, all this here was unexplored. Well, this was put into the 4.2 update, so... Oh, and does it have to be 47, really? Ugh. Well, ironically, I could go challenge another boss now. I'm not gonna go do that right now, though, but... I have enough resin for it, though. Okay, so then this is definitely gonna be... Yeah, this is part of the new area. And it's an area that I haven't explored at all yet.
So, are these the ruins the knave was talking about? Whoa, talk about old.
They seem to be pretty ancient, all right.
Let's go in and have a look.
Just be careful.
Navia, why do you sound so stern? Well... I guess given what she just went through, losing two people that she was very close with, and thus having fewer people around that she's close with, she does not want to lose anyone else, so... Okay, but... Still, just... The sharpness to her tone, they're like, whoa. It sounded like, are you angry with me? Okay, so this is obviously a domain. And I imagine then that we're actually going to get to have Navi as a guest character? Okay, well then this ought to be exciting if that's the case. Well, if that is the case, obviously you can't roll for her now. So I don't know if they actually do that. Let you test out a character from a future banner before she's even released. Well, since I don't know what we're going to be doing, I guess I'll stay with who I have now. A lot of water here. Okay, so it looks like we're just trying to head over there and... Oh, hello. Okay, so there are enemies here that we have to fight. And, okay, yep, so we don't have Navia here as a guest character. I figured as much. It'd be too good to be true if they did let us get to test run Navia before she's even released.
This dance is for you! Now you shall perish! With all my strength! Yeah!
Okay, now what? I'm sorry, what? Oh. Okay, I guess we go downstairs. Assuming... Oh, hello. No kidding.
This place has also been contaminated by primordial seawater.
Well, we need to make sure Navia stays away from this.
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontanian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
Yes, I agree, Lumine. You should go back to safety, Navia.
Right! You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous, and it won't be any help for you to just stay here.
What?
Don't get by my wrong. We're not saying you're useless. It's just that...
It's just that... Well, you're kind of at risk here. And, well, we're kind of trying to take some safety precautions here, so that nothing happens to you. Not saying that anything will happen, but you never know.
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation. I'll leave this to you.
From the look of things here, maybe there's no way back.
That complicates things. Maybe the only way left is forward.
Well, but you can't get near the water, though.
In that case, do you want to wait for us here?
Unfortunately, it's like, where else is she supposed to go, though?
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will rise. So, staying here wouldn't be safe either.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
Seems like there isn't any other option.
All right. Come with us for now, then, but please be careful.
Yes. Well, story-wise, I don't know how you'd be able to, like, would it be possible for you to...
No, it's a dead end. Let's try climbing over from the side.
Okay, I was about to say, is it even possible to do this? Hey there. What was I just trying to say? Is it even possible to get over there without touching the water? And it's like, actually, yeah, it is. You just jump over there and, no, do not swan dive into the water. Okay, I guess we go up. Oh, okay, I guess we're just gonna... Okay, we'll just stick to these wooden boards here. Okay, well, that wasn't so bad. Though... Okay, well... Let's see, okay, we can go through here... There better not... Well, if there is any treasure... I haven't seen anything yet. Like, there's this... And then this... I can't break these pots. Okay, now what? Oh, okay. Open door. That leads us to... a broken up bridge. Oh, hello. Wait, what? What's going on? Why is everything from this...
There's something wrong with this bridge! Run for it!
Oh, God. I have no words right now. Okay.
Demoiselle.
Oh. Okay. Milus?
Huh?
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Malus.
Hmm? Oh. Was I sleeping?
Yes, it would appear so.
I must be tired.
That's quite possible. However, you were the one that suggested we go out for a walk.
Oh, right. I nearly forgot. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. I haven't had a nap today yet. Have I? This is a familiar feeling, yet something's a little strange.
Yes, especially like the fact that it looks like everything is underwater.
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Well, we have a waterfall underwater.
Oh, no. No, I'm fine. I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt dispute with him, and we'd resolved the matter not long ago.
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
Ah, right. Yes. I remember now.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too. It's good to see all of you.
How have you been?
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for. Why, I wasn't even the guarantor for that person. They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor Obina was getting fed up with them.
Sometimes force is required to calm someone down and get them to listen to what you have to say.
Dang. I never thought of it that way before.
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett, what was it that you wanted to give to Miss Navia again?
Oh, yes. One moment, I have it right here. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. They're a very good variety, and they'll become very big and beautiful once they bloom. I don't know what we would have done without your help, so this is a little token of our appreciation. I hope you won't refuse.
Ah, did you cultivate them yourself? Thank you so much. I'll certainly take them. Malus, we do still have some empty flower pots at home, right?
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs. Burnett's flowers.
That's slow down.
Very well.
Wait. Something seems to be off here.
Yes, so it would seem. Well, besides the fact that what we saw before and what we're seeing now doesn't quite add up.
Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett, correct?
Were they the victims of the primordial seawater?
That's right. Is something wrong?
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed familiar to me. I must have heard it when I was discussing things with your husband previously. I've heard this name before. Sometime recently, I'm sure of it.
I am thinking that it might be the list of the victims.
And why are there so few people around here? Where did everyone go?
We must mind the time, demoiselle. We still have important things to attend to today.
Huh? We do? Like what?
Well, now, did you forget?
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please, come to the Opera House. Your trial is about to begin.
My trial? Wait, why would I need to go to the Opera House?
Yes, she's right, demoiselle. It's just about time now, so we should get going.
Yeah, I'm here like... When you say that her trial... Is she being put on trial for something?
Oh? Alright then.
Or is she just... Is she fighting for somebody going to trial? This is getting pretty weird, not gonna lie. How long are we gonna continue like this?
Look, it's Navia! She's here!
Okay, that name definitely was on the list. Oh my... Why does the lady look like they're excited? She looks like she's super excited for something here, but for the wrong reasons.
And her two attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
Yes, that name was on the list too.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly excited about something.
I even know some of these people.
Yes. And I feel like they're excited for the wrong reasons.
Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen. Why are so many people here? And why do I have no recollection of this case? And as for the judge... huh? Where's Monsieur Neuvillette?
He's not here because he is still alive.
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany you.
Oh, great. It is her trial.
All right. But are you sure you can stand behind me?
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but today is an exception.
Don't tell me this is some kind of thing where she's wrestling with her own guilt. Well, it's possible.
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on. Do they have any idea what they're doing?
Seriously.
Enough with the whispering! Could someone please tell me where Monsieur Neuvillette is? And why I'm standing trial?
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done? In that case, allow me to explain.
Okay, yes, this is... well, this does seem to be related to the guilt she might be feeling. Possibly.
As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor, the head of the Spina di Rosula, someone held in high regard by every soul in Poisson. After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached out to you for help, you responded. Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone in the Spina di Rosula fought for the well-being of those in Poisson.
Wait a moment. Aren't you just proving that I'm a good person?
I have a feeling he's getting to the part where you turn into a bad person. Well, quote-unquote, a bad person.
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. You have helped so many people get through so many difficulties. You are one with us. We are inseparable.
That's totally not a creepy way of saying it.
We are one big family, all of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. And with you being so important, we couldn't possibly do without you.
My god, this sounds so creepy.
Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be together with us forever.
Okay, so this isn't so much about guilt or her wrestling with the idea of, I let all these people down, they must hate me. No, apparently it's these souls of the lost are here like, you've treated us so well. In fact, you've treated us so well that we want you to be with us forever.
Huh? What are you saying? Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed done a lot for my hometown, and I would be willing to be with you all, but what is the purpose of having me stand here like this? What is there to discuss?
Ah, well, if that's what you think, then I have no further comments.
How wonderful, Miss Navia!
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
For nothing good, I imagine.
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it. This trial is...
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty!
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
These souls want her to join them, but Melus and Silver, they want her to be free.
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything. Indeed, even the death of Master Callus couldn't stop her.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual, extending her hand to help others. Please do not mistake her actions as being otherwise.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontanians here. This is the nation of justice, the nation of Hydro! Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Water accepts all, blends with all. It will surely accept her kindness. Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro, and in the end, everyone shall meld together. Thus, when a unanimous opinion emerges, that opinion represents justice.
Interesting how he says that everyone shall meld together. This may sound a bit morbid, but, well, considering they all dissolved in the primordial seawater, you could think of it as though they did meld together. It's like, well, as I said, possibly a morbid way of thinking about it, but it kind of makes sense in this situation for that reason.
Now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We and Navia are one.
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still has a chance to exist as an individual.
So then she's still alive.
Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to become individuals, to become independent?
Do you mean to defy our justice?
Oh, God.
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall defend Demoiselle. And that is how we will enforce justice.
Ugh, my head... it hurts.
Demoiselle.
Silver, it hurts. My head is spinning. All I can see is stars swirling in front of me.
I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier.
That's right.
Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
don't be afraid. And don't admit guilt. We will protect you to the very end.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the majority, and in the nation of trials, the majority is absolute justice. We are the will of all.
Don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia here with us!
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to us. After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
An Oceanid.
What are you saying?
No more excuses!
She says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent individual?
What's with these people?
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us!
Miss Navia, she...
Silence!
There he is. Hopefully that means that he isn't dead, though.
That's...
Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial.
In other words, spare me this mockery of justice.
The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Our thanks, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
Is he rescuing her?
But...
Well, rescuing her from this, but rescuing her, like, in real time.
Go on now, demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place. What, can't bear to leave us behind or something?
Malus.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall be our last goodbye.
Malus. Silver.
Quickly, you must come now!
Goodbye, demoiselle.
Farewell.
And well, I guess one thing I'll point out is keep in mind how they all turn into Oceanids there. This does relate to the spoilers I saw.
No, wait! Just a second!
Hey! Navia?
You're awake? Good.
Okay, so he did rescue her. Well, he did say that he would be there shortly or whatever. I almost forgot about that. So maybe he tagged along from behind or something.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and they were defending me at some insane trial.
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare? Paimon could give you a hug.
I wish I could give her a hug too.
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water.
Okay, so I guess he saw all that and he was able to rescue her.
You were just about to be dissolved within, but I...
What is it?
I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve you.
I guess Melus and Silver to the very end, they really did protect her.
Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
So the people that are dissolved became Oceanids? That's right. And this does kind of relate to the people of Fontaine here.
Perhaps those 2 Oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me. To think that they'd keep doing so even after death.
Please come with me.
Neverlet, are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps there's something we could chat about?
Okay.
Why do you look so stiff all of a sudden?
No kidding.
Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward when there's nothing to talk about, right?
Well, I've been there.
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Oh, okay, well, that makes more sense.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's even more awkward to call us over like this and then have nothing to talk about?
I know. We're just gonna stand around here.
I suppose so.
By the way, Siegeween sends her regards.
Ah, Siegeween. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the fortress of Meropide has not been too much for her, has it?
Well, at least we have something to talk about now.
No way, don't worry. She's doing fine down there. She's an amazing head nurse.
She pulled out a gun on Linny. And then she shot him with the tranquilizer, but she still shot him with the gun.
I see. Well, that is good. I have always worried that Siegeween would need a lot of time to understand the world of humanity, just as I have.
Like I said, she pulled out a gun on somebody.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Siegeween made him do that. He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's happened lately.
I don't know, are you overwhelmed?
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately, and I also hope that everything is going well in the Fortress of Meropide.
Well, he didn't say that I'm overwhelmed, but I guess he's not going to admit that.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. Let's chat about something else then.
You're the expert here, Paimon. What should we talk about? Yes, because you do the talking for the both of us.
So, Neverlet, you're probably quite the swimmer, huh?
Okay, now where are we heading with this?
Yes, of course.
Well, he is a water dragon, kind of, sort of.
This isn't going anywhere. Let's try something else. How did you find these ruins? Did the knave tell you?
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. They had even transported a large quantity of supplies to the area.
Yes, that is what I've been hearing.
Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave, and we had a chat. She informed me that she had asked you to investigate the ancient ruins here.
Yeah, We originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents. We didn't think exploring the ruins would take very long, and who would have thought you'd wrap things up so quickly?
Yeah, no kidding. I hope Navia can get back on her feet. Well, this is a lot for her to take in. She literally almost died. And not only that, but her 2 bodyguards and trusted companions, even in death, were still protecting her to the very end. Wait, what did that say? Love is...
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
All right! Another one joins the party! Let's get going then!
Too bad Neuvillette didn't officially join the party. I'm never going to let that go. Okay, well... Man, I'm still just checking around here. You never know. You could find something. Although... Where in the world am I going? Can I... Okay, I can't climb on this. I mean, I can walk on it. And we have this support structure that leads to nothing. Yeah, I don't think I'm even gonna try to jump on it to see like if it's something you can walk on or if it has collision. 'Cause I'll probably die. What about the other side? Is it going to be pretty much like the same thing, more or less? Well, it's not exactly the same thing here. Oh, wait. We can actually go up this thing.
Oh no, another unstable path. Watch your step.
Oh man, I don't know. Was I supposed to go? Okay, fine. Well, I guess... I don't want to glitch out the game or something, so... I'm gonna go ahead and do what the game tells me this time and stop trying to explore it. Okay, so let's go inside and hopefully not break the game. Oh, hello.
Yes. There is no escape. Positions. Yeah. 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 All eyes on me.
Leave it all to me, as a dutiful maid would.
Oh, we came out here anyway. Okay, what's with this camera? Okay, I guess because we are going to be running up the falling apart staircase. So I just got this part sooner. Well, okay, so you could have circumvented that fight there. At least, I imagine so. I don't know if the game would... You know, the whole marker here telling me where to go. I don't know if it would have... If it would have worked the same. Like, if the game would kind of freak out and not know, like, where I am and what part of the story I'm on. Oh, okay, that could have ended badly. Another fight. Let's see. Yes, it is. This time we have 3 of these big guys. Ah. Oh god.
This dance is for you.
Okay, well they're a lot easier to take down than the Hilly Churl rogues. Those guys... yeah, they take a while. They can really take a beating. Okay, more falling... oh, great. Okay, yeah, now we have the falling rocks to worry about. So not only do you have to worry about the staircase falling apart under your feet, now you have to worry about being crushed from above.
Seems we're almost at the top. Keep it up!
Paimon, be quiet. Oh, hey. An actual treasure chest. Well, thank you for putting it, like, right in front of me. That way I wouldn't have to be looking all over for it. Alright, let's see. Who am I fighting now? Oh, hello. And hey, just after I said that you guys take a long time to take down.
There is no escape. Torn to oblivion.
Okay, what have we here? That looks like the Allspark. Well, from not the Transformers movies, but the Transformers War for Cybertron trilogy. The toy line, not the High Moon games. Oh, okay. Going up. Okay, I guess we have to go through this thing here. Okay, well I guess you could have circumvented that first fight, but not the other ones. There's no other way to get around that. Alright, did it just... yeah, just close behind us. If this was a Zelda game, that would mean that it's boss time.
Looks like we've reached the end.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden spaces in the vicinity.
When you say this is the place for what?
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
No, I guess not. You know, if we also ignore the bridge and staircases falling apart, there seems to be something on the wall.
Stone slates. It seems like they were put here as an offering. Could we take them down and have a look?
On the far right, it looks like there's Farina. Is this the prophecy here?
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
And the surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past. Say what?
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose. But does he mean that Fontaine should be destroyed?
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it. Take the second slate, for example.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's facing this... what is this? Some kind of island in the sky?
It looks like it. And I can't tell if that's like... if that represents a storm or lightning that they're facing there. I'm not sure.
And is that Lady Farina in the third image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
Okay, so that's Farina in the third and fourth slates.
And is that a ring of people around her? Paimon doesn't quite get it. Are they all in the water?
The fourth image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
Where she'll be crying alone on her throne.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne.
Yes, they do seem to match.
More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it, most likely due to us missing the first slate. I am very sorry.
Well, it's not your fault. The first stone slate was destroyed. Lost, destroyed, either way, it's gone. Just, it's not your fault.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient stone slates isn't one of your duties.
You're right. You're supposed to be an authority figure.
Ooh, Paimon's getting the chills just looking at these slates. This says that it's the history of the future, right? That means the prophecy's sure to come true.
At face value, yeah, it sounds that way.
I really hope it doesn't mean that.
Still, Paimon feels like these images are kind of weird when you look at them together.
Huh.
Are we gonna actually try to put them together? I get what you mean, Paimon. The issue is the order of the third and fourth images, right? Are you saying that it doesn't end with the Hydro Archon alone weeping on her throne?
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And yet the order is reversed here.
The second image is also quite concerning. What sin are the people in the images confessing to?
If we go by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Agaria.
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records.
Okay, Egeria. Well, I had the spelling right, but the pronunciation wrong. So her name is Egeria. Well, going back to one of my joke questions, still doesn't quite answer if she was hot.
The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
So Egeria was kneeling and confessing to a sin?
Did she herself commit that sin? And if not, why would she be in such a posture?
Yes. Like, who would she be appealing to? And why would she be appealing?
Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, could this place be the origin of the prophecy? Does that mean that someone, or some people, once saw these slates?
It could be possible.
But who would have created these slates and left these words here?
No idea.
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Farina.
Well, I guess considering this involves her, and these, well, at least two of these slates are about her. You would like to think that she would know something about it.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing else to be gained here, so let's head back first.
And let's try to make sure that nothing happens to Navi on the way out.
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
What is it, Lumine? Honestly, who created the slates doesn't matter now. The real question is whether things will truly play out as the prophecy foretells or not. Well, yeah, I guess knowing who created it might lead to some credence of, like, their motivations, but, well, they're most likely, like, long gone by now, so it probably doesn't matter so much anymore. Wait, was this the way that we came in here? Yes, it was. What am I thinking? Yes, there is no other door here. It's either the door or the stone slates there. I was here thinking that there were like two doors on either end, but no. Oh, what now?
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is. There's some things you just need to be there for yourself.
Well, hopefully nothing happens to her.
You still have energy for that, Navia? Paimon's already beat.
Even though all you do is float and talk.
Just head back to the Fleuve Cendre and have a rest then. Thanks for keeping me company all this time.
Anytime.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Rest well, everyone.
Although, when are we gonna go shake down Farina for some answers?
Traveler, I will go talk to Farina tomorrow morning to ask about the stone slates.
Okay, tomorrow morning. So first thing in the morning, we're gonna go shake her down.
I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office. I will share the results of our discussion with you.
Alright, see you tomorrow.
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly? will that be a problem? Paimon's getting a little scared now that it's come to this.
Well, it seems like we don't really have any other options here. Like, who else will we go to? I mean, realistically, I imagine it's kind of a long shot, but maybe she does know something about it, considering she is a focal point of it.
She has long been harboring secrets, and will not give them up easily, which makes it all the more my duty to ensure that she understands the present situation.
Well, I guess when you put it that way.
Alright, we'll leave it in your hands then. You're probably the best person to talk to her anyway.
Yeah, probably. Even though it's almost like you have... It's almost like a dad dealing with his teenage daughter in a weird way. Not literally, but... It is sort of like... Yeah, he's the dad and she's the younger daughter, and he's kind of having to, keep after her and whatnot.
I will be carefully considering my words tonight.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fleuve Cendre is always open to you, as ever. So please don't think you're an imposition. All right. I'll be on my way then.
Bye, Navia. Okay, so they both depart. Head to Spina di Rosula base at Fleuve Cendre. I probably butchered that pronunciation. What, no voice line?
Welcome back. We've got a special menu prepared for you two tonight.
Really?
Yay! And there's good food too! No, the boss is the best.
You did great as well, Paimon.
Ooh, desserts! Nice, these are all Paimon's!
You pig!
Paimon's already starting to forget what happened today.
Mona?
Oh, that voice. Is that who I think it is?
Huh?
It's you two. What are you doing in Fontaine?
What are you doing in Fontaine? Lady Magistus, did the stars not tell you that we might meet here?
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Okay. Well, doesn't hurt to ask.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here. Wait, you're not a Fontanian, are you, Mona?
Okay, somebody told me that Mona was from Fontaine. Let's see if that's true.
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll when I bumped into you. Quite unexpectedly, if I might add.
Nah, doesn't really confirm or deny that, so... I don't know.
Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstadt or surname?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, let's go with that.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change that name.
Okay. So her name wasn't always Mona Magistus.
There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise, however, Magistus is not the name of some ancient house or clan.
It isn't?
Then what is it?
Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
So, essentially it kind of means Mona the Great.
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name. Wait, are you gonna have to put that into your genealogy as well?
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one.
And may I ask what your master's name is?
Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
That's a mouthful.
Whoa, that's a long one. Does it also mean great or something?
Well, Trismegistus has Magistus in there, but...
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice-as-great Scholar of the Stars. Just take it as a title specific to astrologists.
Okay, yeah, that's oddly specific.
Thrice as great? That's so petty.
She has to assert her dominance, I guess. Like, I don't care what anyone else says, I'm 3 times as better than any of them. That's kind of what it sounds like.
I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus, actually, but when she took me in, she changed her name to Trismegistus.
As if to say, I'm 3 times as better than you are? Specifically singling out Mona? Damn. That is petty.
Talk about excessive.
No kidding.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it. You can look into it further should you need to study astrology more deeply.
How about Triple Strength Traveler? Or Triple Appetite Paimon because she's a pig?
Terrible!
But it's true!
But anyway, you're not Fontanian, are you, Mona? You're from Mondstadt, right?
Yes, that's what I want to know. Because are you in danger?
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dorman Port, and I traveled with the old hag for a while, after which I settled down in Mondstadt City.
Although, how did you end up in Leeway when we met you?
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be dissolved by Fontaine's waters.
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right? I know you're not a local, but I'd avoid getting too close to any water that looks strange all the same.
Well, yeah, I suppose that kind of goes without saying.
There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean.
Did you come to Fontaine because of the prophecy, Mona?
That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the circulation of the prophecy as an astrologist.
Oh yes, she does her panel for the Steambird.
The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be in this much trouble.
Yeah, no kidding. Everything went to hell in a handbasket, like, super fast. And it all started with the many disappearances of those young women by Vacher.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist. Your word would go a long way to make things more certain and less scary.
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine. even that of all Tevat. Ascertaining this is akin to reading the fortune of the whole world.
Well, that sounds like a very heavy task.
I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist, but a visionary. But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary. Its contents involve the fate of the world. Disregarding it would be a mistake.
A visionary? Sounds really powerful and all, but does such a person really exist?
Of course. The old hag could do it, and I'd bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers who could do something similar.
Ah, yes, them. I need to ascertain the accuracy of the prophecy. Could you help me get in touch with your master? Well, I guess desperate times, right? I don't know if she'd be willing to do it, though, since she's kind of trying to lay low from the old hag.
Huh? Are you sure?
Well, considering the fate of Fontaine is hanging by a thread at this point, I wouldn't want to ask you to do this in normal circumstances, but what other choice do we have here?
All right, I'll help you. It isn't often that I see you with such a serious look on your face. I'll tell you once I hear back from her.
Okay, well, I really hate to put her out like that, but well, yeah, I guess there's really no other choice here. We need to find somebody who's able to look into the prophecy and tell us, like, what the hell it's all about and how accurate it is.
Thanks, Mona. You're amazing as always.
That's right, and don't you forget it.
Oh, well, this is something only I can do after all. So yes, your praises are quite welcome.
Well, I'll praise you all I want. I would like to say that your eyes are like beautiful emeralds, but then they're not exactly green, as I realized. Even the plush I have of you kind of has your eyes as blue. So they could be like pools of azure beauty. Okay, well. Okay, yeah, I'm not gonna be here trying to write a whole sonnet for Mona. You all pretty much already know my whole gist with her, so... yeah, I'm not gonna be here trying to write a poem or a sonnet describing her beauty.
That's the greatest of astrologists for you! Of all the people we know, you know the star's the best!
She's very beautiful and intelligent, and a very classy lady.
Indeed, indeed. That's the spirit.
I swallowed my gum. That's the spirit. I didn't feel like making my voice all high-pitched there, but... I won't do the high-pitch, but I will do the... That's the spirit.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything you need, do not hesitate to inform the Spina di Rosula.
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now. If I receive any news, I'll be sure to come find you two again.
It was nice seeing you again, Mona.
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicious looks.
He kind of is. She's as graceful and quick as the rushing waters. Okay, there I go again. Well, we were making a ruckus. Were we? It's not like we were shouting about the prophecy and all our plans. Try to keep it down next time, Paimon. You and your big mouth.
If Paimon hadn't spoken for you, it'd be you getting all the weird looks. The things Paimon does for you.
Well, that's the thing about her, like, speaking for the both of us. Alright, thanks, Paimon.
That's more like it.
Okay, so good night's rest now.
Good morning. To be honest, Paimon's still feeling kind of sleepy.
How did you sleep?
But it's time to get up, Traveler. We agreed to go see Novelette, so let's pack it up and get going.
Well, I guess we're getting up pretty damn early then. But I want to see Mona again. Alright, fine. Wait, what did that say? Oh, I almost thought that said something about Papers, Please. I'm like, what does that game have to do with this? I don't know. I thought it said something like Hunter's Papers, or, yeah, you know, something in, like, kind of like Papers, Please, and I'm just like, but what? We're not gonna be doing anything crazy like in Papers, Please, are we? I doubt it, but, yeah, that just gave me this weird idea, like, what the hell are we going to be doing here? Are we going to be uncovering some kind of plot from some secret organization or whatever? Alright, so we're going to go visit Novelette in his office. Oh, hello.
You're here! Finally!
She sounds panicked.
Is something wrong?
Yeah, what's going on?
Monsieur Neuvillette and Lady Farina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute. Please go see for yourself.
Oh boy. This ought to be fun.
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us.
Yeah, Novelette sounds really, well, I mean, of course he would be angry. Given what's going on, and I guess Farina is obviously not throwing him a bone here, so at this point I guess he has every right to be angry. But yeah, it's like, you don't really see him angry.
It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
You mean... they're all...
Yeah, they're all gone now.
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that.
Which, well, I was here thinking, like, on the one hand, yes, you would imagine she, like I said, she's a focal point of those things, but on the other hand, like, yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean that she knows anything about it. somebody could have just made those without ever, like, oh, hey, yeah, we're gonna make this about you. That okay with you? Alright, thanks. Like, yeah, they're not gonna tell her, whoever made it. Well, it could go either way, honestly.
But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon?
Come to think of it, we don't really know the specifics of how Focalors or Farina seceded, or, well, seceded Egeria. We do know that, well, I know, only from reading up on this stuff, that Egeria did end up losing her life during the Archon War, I believe, and Rukkhadevata, who no longer exists now, basically turned her body into that pool of water that I forget the name of right now, and that all the Oceanids essentially left Fontaine after her passing when they refused to accept Farina as the new Archon.
My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
What I'm kind of here thinking is, well, number one, would Egeria and Farina have even met? Like, how would that have gone down? Because, well, at least we sort of know that Rukkhadevata and Nahida, like, Rukkhadevata was kind of reincarnated into Nahida. But is that the same here? Is Egeria reincarnated as Farina and knowing all this stuff from the past life that she once had? Or is it something like they're just two totally separate people, live different lives, possibly have never met before, and yeah, just what is it?
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing?
That's kind of what I'm saying here. So they are two different people, so then yeah, it doesn't make sense. She probably, like, they probably never met. So then it's like, why would they even... Like, well, if they never met, obviously Egeria would never share those secrets with her. And, well, assuming, well, looking at this here, if Egeria had her own secrets that she wanted to keep, something so important, or possibly slanderous, whatever, that she didn't even want to tell her successor, well...
I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
I would like to think that Farina's telling the truth here.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters.
Okay.
There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
Yes, the whole drama queen act that she puts on kind of gives you mixed signals, doesn't it?
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
Are you saying that Novelette's a stalker?
You...
Okay, it sounds like he's really starting to lose his patience here.
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it.
There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eunuchs, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me. You're Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine.
Do you really mean that, or are you just saying that to yourself to believe it?
That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again. Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
And she's off.
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling. Huh. She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
She seems deeply troubled. She seems to be deliberately hiding something. Yeah, that's why I want to believe her, but then... yeah, she's just giving me a lot of mixed signals here.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
I heard a lot. I'm sorry.
Oh, you noticed. Seems Farina didn't even realize we were here.
Yeah, she apparently just ran out the door with a smile on her face.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage?
I'm afraid questions alone might not suffice. We need to make her understand how dire the situation actually is. So I guess giving her the list of names... like, we have to actually show her the... show her the consequences of what has happened. Although I don't know how you would do that. And that's if I'm even thinking about it correctly.
Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to.
It seems that way. And also, she has an inner circle. I guess so. I'm just having trouble imagining it. Like, who would be in that inner circle?
We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Are we going to set it up so that she's in danger? We're not gonna do that, are we?
Oh? Like what?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
We're gonna take the Hydro Archon to court?
But Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
Because of the thingy? The thing that I forget the name of right now? The thing that dictates whether someone's guilty or innocent?
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can.
Okay, this ought to be fun, too.
If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this.
In that case, we will need help.
But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
Oh, I think I know who to call. Ghostbusters! Okay, no. Okay, looks like we're gonna go seek out Navia, probably. Well, eventually, one of these days, we'll get there.
Well, that's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Okay.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
Okay, so this is who we're calling in.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
So it would seem.
That's what families should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Oh my... Don't put this on Fremine! And why are you talking like that, Navia?
Me? No, I don't think I can.
Yeah, don't do that to him.
Then, how about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Okay, yeah, seriously, why is she talking like this?
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
That was a little
Florent.
romantic, don't you think?
Okay, I'm sorry I spoke over her. I was just here like, I was not expecting her to be here. Are we just going to get all of the... Well, it's pretty obvious that these guys are all going to become playable, if they haven't already. Are we just going to get all the main playable characters here, united for one cause?
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something.
Okay, so it looks like it's just the three siblings, Navia, Clarent, and Novelet. And well, obviously Paimon and Lumine.
As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Okay, so we are gonna put her in some kind of crazy situations. Maybe.
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand, and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
Why are we doing it this way?
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
You don't want to talk?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
So you're basically gonna make her do some public speaking just because. And, well, not just because, but she's the expert at this.
I see. And what does my boss say?
Oh, your boss is like 2 feet away from you.
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
Okay.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Well, there's the first part of the name of the mission, Hunter's Profits.
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, Oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters.
Marechaussee Hunters. So that's how you pronounce that word. Although, watch, I'm gonna forget how to pronounce it later.
Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey.
We're not gonna do any lethal things to Farina now, are we?
So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker, if I do say so myself.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
Literally baiting your prey, hoping that they take the bait.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
Oh.
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks.
Yeah, he's pretty much straight to the point. Even in his speech, he's usually like straight to the point. And, well, pretty much as the judge of the court, he kind of has to be straightforward.
But I do have one more question for you, monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Yes, because especially if we were going to be trapping Farina, we don't want to harm her or kill her.
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why is that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So I guess it's harder to keep your prey alive when capturing it than it is to, well, not, for lack of a better way to put it.
So, are we going hunting together?
You could say that, I'm guessing.
Huh. We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate.
Is it?
But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
That's right.
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
Yep. To quote this stupid video I saw related to Pokemon, we go for God! We already did that in Gen 4. Okay, Claren's hunting metaphor was just that. A metaphor. You will not call this a hunt, because that is not what you should do at present, nor has the relationship between you and Farina reached such a dire stage. What you need is simply the secret she is keeping. Attempting to take her secret is an act of sacrilegious disrespect, but must be done to prevent Fontaine from sinking into the waters as foretold by the prophecy. Or in the prophecy. Blah. There is neither hunter nor prey, but there must be a trap. That is what you need. That is what you will need. Well, go to the Spina de Rusula base. Okay. Right down here. I keep thinking, well, because Navi was calling it the safe house, and that's, well, a lot of the residents here are kind of using it as such, but, well, I guess it is more accurate to say that this is their home base. Are we going to run into Mona again? Was she able to make any headway in this? Okay, I'll take some carrots and apples. Okay, let's see what we got for us.
Whew. It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening.
Those meetings sure did make me hungry.
Hyman didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh?
Well, I imagine, well, Lenny was very interested in this mission. Because, well, yeah, we go for God.
Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised.
Do you feel more confident after the meetings, Paimon?
Well...
No. Yes.
It's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Huh?
Is something wrong? Is someone watching us?
Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all.
Uh-oh. No, I didn't. Oh, great. Are they using that method again? Well, obviously, Valcher's locked... Well, no, what am I saying? Valcher's dead. So, he can't be here to try to kill us with the primordial seawater. It wouldn't work anyway.
Then what's that?
It came out of nowhere.
Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything till now.
Is this the old hag?
Who's that voice? But there's no one here.
It's the invisible lady!
Ah, have you forgotten me already?
Wait, you are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
Oh, wait. Well, I don't remember that. I'm sorry.
The voice from the sky, hmm? I fear that description is wrong. Though, not completely wrong.
You almost sound like Yai Miko, actually.
You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion and thus came to you. Guiding people is an irresistible hobby of mine, after all.
Who are you? And what do you want with us?
Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim.
Your friend's disciple, Mona. Friend's disciple, so this is one of the friends of Mona's master. The enigmatic N of the... I have trouble saying that word too. Allow me to ask you, will Fontaine's prophecy come true?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
Yes, I suppose that's what it is.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Tevat so easily be changed?
We made it so that Ruka Devata, the literal god of Sumeru before Nahida, never existed. There it is again, fate. Can there really be no exceptions? Like I said, we made it so that Ruka Devata, an actual god, no longer exists. We changed history. Nobody remembers Ruka Devata except for the Traveler.
Ah, So you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall?
Or, I guess, like behind closed doors? Or, well, no, I guess if we look at it this way, if I'm just looking straight on, I can't see what's going on behind me. Or, unless I use my peripheral vision to look like to my left and right, and even then, I can't see everything to that side.
Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
Well, Honestly, even if we were to be looking at the same thing, I'm sure we would both get something different out of it. I don't know.
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but it also sounds kind of scary.
The tea in the teacup is just about gone as well. And I guess she is gone.
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change.
Okay, never mind. Well, I almost thought that it would have been crazy if she manifested herself as tea in a teacup, but okay, I was wrong.
Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well, that'll be all for today.
The voice. It's gone.
Okay, I guess now she's gone. Mage N, is this the clue you're leaving for us? Uh-oh.
I want to hear someone talking.
Who could it be?
Alright, coming!
You're getting more diligent, Paimon.
Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Don't pin this on me.
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
Well, hello, beautiful.
Luna!
Have you been these past few days?
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more interesting than I expected. Not all Fontanians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
Would that be Charlotte?
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Yep, that's where Paimon's mind went too.
Why, yes, it was Charlotte. You remember her, right? That daredevil journalist?
Yeah, I think that about sums her up nicely.
I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of this thing where I heard if you get your future told and it's something crazy like you'll die by getting hit by a bus. And if you let that dictate your life, well then you're probably going to be scared of every single bus that you see. You don't know when it's going to happen, but you just know that a bus is going to be the cause of death here. And as a result, you're pretty much just living in fear and letting it dictate your life.
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for once.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up.
Oh, so then she didn't get a hold of her. Actually, someone already came over.
Huh? Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
I believe she came to pass a message to us.
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
All-knowing, all-seeing, yes. But I guess, in that sense, they can't see absolutely everything all of the time. And there's bound to be blind spots, yeah.
The Hex and Circle numbers are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost.
Well, it seems like that's kind of what she was trying to do here. We were lost, and she was trying to guide us to do something.
But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... Well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Well then.
Whoa. The Hex and Zirkel sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live so long.
Either that, or it's just the power of magic.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Yeah. It seems that way.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yeah, she was kind of speaking in a bunch of wibbly-wobbly, timey-wimey riddles. Or, as I sometimes say, fortune cookie nonsense.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so...
Yep, hard to say.
Perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now.
True. Her words were meant as a helpful hint, but when will we realize their value and meaning? Was that the best answer that my question could have gotten?
Traveler, Paimon, are you two alright?
Well, I mean, considering what we're planning and considering what's at stake here...
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now. It kind of feels like the end is coming, you know?
Okay, I was joking about how it was the end of the world and whatever at the beginning of what was technically the other stream. But, well, I guess it is kind of like a whole sort of... It's the end of the Fontanian world.
I see. I feel that same sense of desperation, too. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed.
That's right. I mean, that's one of her idle lines there. It can only be but her. It cannot be changed. It can only be but accepted.
But even so, I still hope for, and believe in, miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful.
I'm just listening to the emotion in her voice.
Perhaps that's what En was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone.
So then I guess in this case, it's basically telling us the future is not yet written.
I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff... I need to get going.
Aww. Well, I enjoy talking with you and hearing you laugh and... Well, anyway, don't worry about it, Mona. And thank you.
It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
I guess it would seem that way. Is it written in the stars that we are destined to fraternize? Okay, no. And she's off.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said, but also kind of sad too. Hey, Traveler, Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go.
Lumine has that very determined / angry look on her face. What the? Oh, it's 2 a.m. now. Okay, well. Right. Daylight savings and all that. I was like, what the hell?
Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
Let me just see really fast. Yeah, here are my new commissions for the day. So out of curiosity... Well, you know, I still don't quite understand like how to use those points that you're supposed to get by clearing or, well, doing stuff around here. Adventure encounters. And yeah, and when I saw that I was here, like, only valid on the day that they are obtained. In which case, it almost feels like you might as well just do the commissions anyway. And considering it doesn't stack, and it's only valid on the day that you obtain them, it just seems kind of sort of... I don't know. Just... like... I don't want to say like it's pointless, but it almost seems pointless. Okay, well... I'm gonna go ahead and, well... the commissions can wait. And I guess I have all day Saturday, or whatever, to try and do this anyway. Oh wait. She's a columnist of the Steambird. And come to think of it, I was avoiding doing some of the stuff related to the reputation because...
The rain stopped.
like, whenever I'd get close to that, Paimon would say something about how
Human life is like the dew.
like, there might have been something going on, and I was just here like, okay, well, I guess I want to steer clear of that. Well, not Dino's alt account, I don't know why. And you seem to be the only one that it's lagging for.
Just then, the rain.
Like, I'm looking at it on my phone, and it doesn't seem to be lagging at all. And then I even tried looking at it on my desktop, and it seemed normal. Anyhow, right, so as I was saying, that's pretty much why I was avoiding doing any of the reputation stuff, because I didn't want to accidentally trigger something, especially given how we have the new Archon quest. What are you talking about? See you. Okay, no. Oh, you're... Okay, I guess you're trying to think of some kind of a romance novel. Huh. I don't know what the problem is, then. You seem very tired. Well, I don't write serial novels. I used to write chapter fanfictions. Although, well, now I write DDLC mods. So, I can't 100% relate, but I mean, as a writer, I can kind of relate to the fatigues and whatever else that comes with it. Huh. So that crazy fanfiction you wrote when you were 16 really became popular. Although, isn't that how the Twilight books started? That the author lady somehow, like, it was something that she wrote when she was real young, and then, well, you'll multitask screen. Oh, okay, I guess whatever works for you. Yeah, because I'm here like, what is she doing here? You know, well, considering I usually see her over there. Although, the weird thing I'm thinking is, imagine if you have to go to where the Steam Bird is, and you could have triggered it already, and thus bypass so much of the story, and, well, thereby missing out on what I think was some very crucial and emotional moments. I don't think so, but eh.
Huh? Our names are written in this newspaper. What's going on?
Maybe we're famous. Maybe they're writing about how we went to jail.
Let Paimon see.
They're writing about how the warlord's war criminal Lumine and her flying sidekick are on their way to conquer Fontaine.
The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy, but that does not mean that others cannot interact with it. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that.
Oh yeah, that's right. She wanted info from the inside.
Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report? a blonde adventurer with their white fairy, legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress.
Oh, okay, I was joking about how it was a story about how we went to jail. And, well, it doesn't mention us by name. You said that it has our names in it. It just says Blonde Traveler and White Fairy.
So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in spades. Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, the Traveler's Trail, World Walker.
World Conqueror.
Huh. Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her.
She's a stalker.
She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead?
That sure seems to be the case.
Ugh, seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time.
We're gonna forgive her for stalking us and taking pictures. Charlotte took a picture of Paimon gobbling down a hamburger. Let me in. I want to work here. Okay. Screw you, I don't want to work here anyway. Okay, now what? The Hotel de Bord? Or, no, wait, is that? I don't think so. Or, you know what? I'm just gonna go there.
We're here! Paimon's hungry. Should we go in and get something to eat?
No. Because then you're gonna eat everything. Okay, fine. We're gonna let Pimmon eat everything. She'll even eat Old Man Jenkins. Okay, no. That's mystery. Wait, what?
Hey, quick! Look! That's...
It's Tony Curtis! Okay, no. And, well, Tony Curtis passed away over a decade ago.
That's the limited edition, only 16 slices a day cake!
It hasn't sold out for the day? Apparently not. Oh yes, I remember that cake now. Isn't that the cake that sent us to jail on a technicality?
It was so delicious the last time we tried it. Despite the tense situation we were in, let's give it another go. I'm sure it'll be great.
What do you mean when we tried it? You ate the whole thing, you pig! We can't let anyone get ahead of us. I'm not gonna let you have my slice of cake.
One slice of cake, please.
Wait, is that Menth?
Someone showed up after all. Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Okay, no, that isn't her. Yes, Menth, my favorite Melusine.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalette was right. You really can eat.
Yes, she ate Lady Farina's cake and it sent us to jail.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
Yeah, he probably said, that Paimon sure is a pig. I bet she can eat this entire cake in less than 2 seconds.
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Okay. Menth likes tea. But the tea there keeps getting more bitter.
Do you come here often?
What the... That sounds like a pickup line! Hey, you come here often? See, it's like, you can use that as a pickup line, and that's why I'm here like, what? I know she's not using it like that, but... that's... Yeah, it's just weird hearing somebody say, do you come here often with a straight face? And not mean it as a way to, like, hit on chicks and whatever.
Usually every day.
Okay.
Every day?
Every day for the rest of our lives.
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Wait, well, why are you staring at her like that?
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore? What would you think?
You know, I just realized they have a robot stirring the batter there. Okay, weird observation time over. What would she say to this, then?
But why would it close?
Because the health inspector didn't like this place. And he gave it a fail, and he said that this place has to close, like, immediately.
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe the waters will rise tomorrow. You know, like in the prophecy.
Oh, okay, I was almost about to let out the spoiler, but... Well, I mean, we kind of already have the hint to the spoiler by this point. But I was about to say... What happens if a Melusine gets close to the primordial water? Would they dissolve too? Or would they be totally okay? It just says that the people of Fontaine, but, well... I mean, okay, yes, the Melusines are people from Fontaine, but... They're a different race, a different species from the humans in Fontaine, so... That's why I'm just here wondering... Would the Melusines be okay? Would they survive the primordial seawater, or would they end up dissolving as well, which would actually be very, very sad, and, well, I wouldn't want to see anything happen to the Melusines either.
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No, still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today.
Yeah, I mean, you can still have it today. And I guess you wouldn't worry about tomorrow, then.
No, it's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
That sounds a lot like that keep calm and carry on thing that used to get printed on t-shirts and notebooks and whatever. Or, as spoofed in one of my favorite memes, keep calm and shut up and drink your goddamn tea!
Huh.
Yeah, so basically it's literally keep calm and carry on. don't worry about what's going to happen tomorrow, because you need to live in the moment today and keep on living.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go?
Oh man, she's like really... Are you loading up? It's like, okay, I'm gonna need to hunker down for a couple days. Can I have these 2 slices of cake to go?
These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Oh, okay, so... Wow, she's treating us to cake. How nice of her.
Oh, you know Sijuin?
Well... I mean... At least to my understanding, all the Melusines are supposed to know each other.
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans.
Okay. So then maybe that theory video I was watching wasn't entirely right. Because, see, I thought it was something like all of the Melusines were born like close to the same time. And all of the Melusines that currently exist right now are all the Melusines that have ever existed. Like since the beginning. And that no more of them can be born. Well, at least Sedene was born much late. Well, she was born later from Sijuin, so that at least kind of proves that they're not all the same age. But, well, they all have a similar appearance, obviously.
She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily, yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. So please try the cakes here.
That's still very nice of her, although, well, the cake will work on some people. Although not all of them. You might have some people who will just eat entire tubs of ice cream if they're feeling sad. But at that point, that's not so much trying to make them happy. It's more so they're just drowning their sorrows in a whole tub of ice cream. But I mean, for the people who are happy when they eat sweets, well, I mean, that ought to work, right? And still, I mean, she's being very kind and considerate here.
I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye.
The little wave she did.
And there she goes.
That's totally not what the text here says. Okay, Paimon hopes to see you later. I don't feel like doing my knockoff Paimon voice right now. That requires me to put a lot more energy into my voice and make it a lot more high-pitched and more annoying.
Alright, let's dig in. Paimon's sure this cake will be delicious.
You better not eat my slice. Sedene got it for both of us. Well.
It's more delicious than last time. And the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could come again tomorrow.
Well, then why don't we? Keep calm and carry on, right?
Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here.
Who says we can't? Okay, well, obviously, Sedene was pretty much trying to make a point here. Although I'm not sure if she really realized it, but while all the people around her are freaking out about the... Wait, what are you saying about Lenny and Lynette? Well, anyway, what I was trying to say is, well, all the people around her are worrying about the prophecy. She's literally just trying to live her life, not worried about that. Hello there. Tell me about the performances. Is this where that thing about Lenny and Lynette? Okay, yes. Yeah, because I'm here. Why are you talking about them? I have met them. Okay, well, I guess let's... Okay, oh wait, this is the Hotel de Boer.
Oh, we're near the Seabird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Okay, well, I guess now I can finally go over there. Okay, there it is. That's the thing that Paimon would say whenever I'd pass by there. And whenever I'd see that, I'd pretty much be like, okay, I guess I'm gonna steer clear away from this place. Okay, well... Charlotte is like right at the base of the stairs there. Oh. Oh, okay, well.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
And it magically became nighttime.
Ha! You got some nerve! You just used us to make some quick mora!
You used me, Skinner! You used me! Can we negotiate a profit split? After all, you used my rights. Or rather, no. You used my likeness without my consent.
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though.
Well, considering what happened in Poisson...
It's alright, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Okay.
Really? Oh, you're the best!
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
The way she says it. I mean, she's not wrong. You just need money and food, and that's it. Paimon is basically wrapped around your finger for that moment. And it's long enough for you to, I guess, trap her or do whatever.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Or is she? No, well... I mean, she might be off to make a quick buck here or there, or Mora, but she's not evil. Not like Siegeween. Siegeween is evil. Freaking pulling out guns on people. and then shooting them with tranquilizer darts.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
Yes, I mean, no.
When Mona mentioned you, we thought of coming to see you at work.
But I want to see Mona more.
I see. It seems you've already bumped into Mona here in Fontaine.
Yep, I sure have, and I wish I could bump into her more.
So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She called you the daredevil journalist.
She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
Paimon, you can never have the amount of class that Mona does. But yes, that's exactly what she said.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary traveler and Paimon?
I love the way she was like, nice. Well, obviously, I can't imitate it perfectly, but yeah, I just love the way she said that.
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and experienced.
You seriously want to interview me? Well, I can tell you right now, these eyes have seen a lot. Currently, these eyes are staring deeply into your soul.
Yeah, are we even qualified enough?
Like I said, these eyes have seen a lot. They're as big as dinner plates.
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Oh, alright.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
I guess so.
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and...
Okay.
Whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
Is she off?
And what's that?
Okay, no, we caught her in time.
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
Is she also going to keep calm and carry on?
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily.
So what you're saying is... Okay, I'm a little confused here, because first she's here like saying I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. But at the same time, she's here saying, well, as a journalist, she's got to be there in the front line, or front and center, and that she wouldn't forsake her homeland that easily. So what you're saying is, you wouldn't really leave.
From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end.
So, pretty much like what Sedene was saying. And well, I don't even know if I'm saying her name right. Sedene? Well, yeah, essentially keep calm and carry on. Because, well, she's right though. Most people, they wouldn't really know like what they do when the worst comes to pass. Like, how do you prepare for that? And even if you do know that it's coming, like, you can only do so much, so... Yeah, I don't know.
So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy.
Essentially, it almost sounds like it's best to just go out doing what you love.
Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless.
Although on the flip side, it could also be lost to time. But that too, I guess I'm just kind of looking at it like, I don't know.
And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible.
Okay, so then it wouldn't be lost to time. You would make sure that some version of it survives somewhere.
I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist.
You were literally programmed to be a journalist. Okay, no. My joking aside, it's literally in her blood then.
But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
Alrighty then.
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her.
Yeah, essentially she's just determined to keep doing what she loves doing.
Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
Okay. Although, what's going on? Oh, are we not gonna get to... I wanted to know what was going on with the ruckus or whatever that Paimon was talking about.
The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh?
Yeah. Although, I guess it kind of takes on a whole different meaning when it's essentially death water. Well, it's death water to the people who were born in Fontaine. But, like, we'll be fine, but everyone else not so much.
Paimon's been thinking.
Yes?
If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do?
Well, if literally all of Tevat would be destroyed, there's nowhere else to go. It's like, you want to run from danger, but where would you run to? The danger would be all over Tevat. Unless you freaking leave the planet, which... I mean, I know that the travelers are able to, considering they kind of were doing that at the beginning of the game. Then, yeah, realistically speaking... you'd have nowhere to go. Now, as far as what you would do, you do have the option of trying to prepare. You have the option of freaking out, or you do also have the option of keeping calm and carrying on. Or, well, I mean, there's a lot of things you could do. Although I would say that if you're thinking of trying to escape, where would you go?
No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do?
Get ice cream. Okay, no. That's a stupid answer. I mean, unless that's literally what you love to do, and it's some pretty damn special ice cream, then I guess if it works for you, then do it. If I could choose, huh? And well, honestly, if you were to ask me that question, like, well, just right now, I don't think I'd have a clear answer for you. As it is, I'm still kind of like trying to figure out what I want to do in life as a whole. So, I mean, in that regard, I guess you could still say, like, I'm still going through this phase of self-discovery and all that. So, like, the answer I give now probably wouldn't be the answer that I might have, like, 3 weeks from now, or in the future. It's just like Charlotte said. Suddenly trying to consider what to do is pointless.
We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot.
Until that moment comes, I think I'll keep journeying on. She's literally going to keep traveling.
You mean, still traveling?
Yes. Well, ignoring the name that you can give them, she is literally called the Traveler. Yes, cherishing every single moment that I have to look upon this world.
Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
Yes. So essentially, keep calm and carry on. Keep doing what you're doing. As the banter goes back and forth between the two of you as time slips by, or the banter goes back and forth between the two of you, and as night falls, you return to your accommodations and end this busy day. I read that as first. The next few days are just as calm. Charlotte comes to find you and conducts the interview in the Spina di Rusula safe house at I heard the camera. Navia, having finished her business in Poisson, even drops by to take a photo with the two of you. All goes well. Cutscene time?
Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough.
Okay, well, not exactly cutscene time. And, well, that's not a nice thing to say about this place. Think about the people who stay here.
But it's still better than the Fortress of Mirapede, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Okay.
Ah, so the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Oh, I remember you.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yeah, that's where I've seen her.
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillac sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Meropide.
So are you under the impression that we might be wanted criminals? I served my time! I learned my lesson! Even though it was Paimon's fault.
Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his.
Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him.
Let's hear it. Or did something happen?
Yes, inside the Opera House. The Marechaussee Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
What?
A riot?
For why?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious.
I mean, a riot sounds pretty serious to me.
Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her.
Oh, dear.
Loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis.
Yeah, that probably didn't go over well with her.
And before she could respond, others started to join in.
I guess she can't be much of a public figure right now. Otherwise, she's going to face public scrutiny.
The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
So people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
They're blaming her for what they see as her sitting around doing nothing.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
So what happened after that? Is Farina okay?
Yeah, they didn't try to, attack her or anything, did they?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry. The Marechaussee Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
Wait, are you saying that she's missing right now?
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The Marechaussee has dispatched many people to search for her, but we don't have any leads yet.
Honestly, I'd almost feel like I'd want to run away too. If I was kind of being harassed like that. Well, on that much of a grand scale, probably.
That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god, after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her?
Well, considering the knave almost killed her, well, at least the knave pretty much had her on the ground begging for her life. What is that? Well, obviously nobody else knows about this, but we as the viewers and players, we know better. And what does that tell you? I understand the situation.
Good. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
Well, I guess that's up to us to decide what to do.
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Ah, is that so? Well, alright then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the Palais now.
Alrighty then.
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then.
You sure caught on quickly.
If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat.
Will she hide under her bed?
And, as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone.
Yeah, but yeah, she is very loud and dramatic to the point where I'm here like, what a drama queen.
When Nervillet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse.
Yeah, you could even see it on her face there.
It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today.
Yes, and especially with all that guilt kind of weighing on you.
Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling. Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up, too. Cool, huh?
I see becoming a detective's done you some good. Looks like those detective novels have had an effect on you. You're not going to bring out the glasses again, are you?
In that case, there's not a moment to lose. Poisson, here we come!
Okay, well, Hunters and Prophets was complete. Apocalypse! Jeez. Oh, okay, sure. Just go ahead and name it that. Well, at least they didn't call it Apocalypse Now. Although, if they did that, they'd probably get sued.
Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
Well, he's still here. Let me see here. It's not time to go to Poisson, so please come back. What? Yep, I've been hearing about that prophecy. Okay, because I'm here like, he's saying it's not time to go back. Or, like, don't go to Poisson, but then he's saying to please come back or whatever. I'm like, so do you want me to leave or do you want me to stay? Down here? Oh. Why does it have to be 47 meters? Well, anyway. Yeah, there she is. Oh, again?
That's Farina, right over there. She really is here all on her own.
Paimon, go to sleep. Shh! Shut up! Stay quiet for now. You and your big mouth.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless.
What do you mean give up?
What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry. But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over?
Farina.
Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina. It's just us.
I think, well, aside from when we had tea with her and Arlecchino, this is probably the closest that we've gotten to her.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects. Come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
And here we go again with the false bravado.
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it. Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were? Disturbing my enjoyment of the arts.
Well, I'm pretty sure this was the trap being sprung, though. Just to make it so that she'd come to Poisson and kind of get a reality check of what happened here. I guess that'll be confirmed for us later, but that's my guess.
They even dare to tout their Archon! I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Marche Chaussee Phantom are freaking out right next to them, too.
Yeah, at this point, I think she's kind of just deluding herself. Stop trying to act tough, Farina. You're actually beyond devastated right now, aren't you?
Of course not.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there!
Oh god! They found you.
Quick, after her!
Oh god, they're actually... The rioters are here!
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are... They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they?
What line?
That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Farina just ran off.
Then we need to go follow her.
Quick, we have to catch up with her. This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What? What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here.
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
Get into the house. Yeah, I'm here like rabid fans. Yeah, press X to doubt. They're the rioters and you know it.
Paimon's exhausted.
Even though you float and not run.
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me. No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
This place is not what I'd call soundproof. You may want to lower your voice to stay hidden.
You're right. Yep, that's a good girl.
Oh my god. Why are you talking to her like that? Oh shit.
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Another disaster just struck, I suspect.
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Neverlette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already...
Has Farina finally reached her limit? Now that she's talking about her actual feelings, she's starting to look far less stiff.
It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years.
So, she's been doing this behind the scenes for a long time.
I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled.
But even then, you still haven't given up, right?
Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free.
But that would also mean that all hope would disappear.
Indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end. Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all.
Okay, back to the false bravado.
Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
Yeah. We're running out of time. We can't just go back to square one like this. I have to get more information out of her. Farina, you might not have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
Even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here.
Well, if you put it that way, yes. Although, it almost sounds kind of mean when you put it that way.
And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you?
I guess if we look at it in those terms, yes.
If that's the case...
I guess whatever works for her, right? There's no time left. Please, Farina, just spit it out.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance.
Okay. So then, no, this was the trap. Although, I don't know, maybe the whole small riot could have also been part of it, but... Well, now it seems like we're going to make Farina answer to the people.
Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
Oh my god. Well, I guess that's what that rumbling was before. Like, damn, wow.
So, this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Thosalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
Well then.
You would draw your blade against a god?
It's like poetry. It rhymes. It's pretty much like what happened when we got here, except now it's Clorinde raising the sword against her.
I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
Yeah.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
That's right. Although, yeah, we already know she was powerless against Arlecchino.
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Oh boy, it's the return of the peanut gallery.
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of this?
Okay. You got something up your sleeve there?
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary.
I guess it's either the trial or expose the fact that she is indeed powerless against a human.
I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice! This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice! One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes.
We can't have this without a little bit of bravado, can we?
Mark my words. This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine! The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin!
It's the show of a lifetime. Get your tickets today.
Woohoo!
Shut up!
Oh, now we're making history.
I mean, you're right, but shut up! See, even he's tired of her crap. You agree with me, don't you?
Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes?
Yes. But then she kind of spinned it around as a... like, this is the event of a lifetime here.
Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
I want to think so. But, yeah, I'm just here like, can we please just cut with the false bravado already?
Alright then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
Everyone else in this room! Okay, no. Or, is it?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
Okay, are we gonna have another one of the deductive reasoning sort of segments again? We were so close to getting her to tell us the truth, and it still turned out like this in the end. I guess, was Lumine just trying to have her spill the beans before it came to this? Yeah, because it seems like she didn't really want to do it, but, well, I guess now there's no choice. It's okay, though. As long as we can defeat Farina in court, we'll still have a chance to figure everything out.
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins.
Do you even get to ask a final question?
Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
A lot, I imagine.
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates.
Okay.
They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame.
Yep, that's all it takes. Essentially, you just needed to give the other people a little nudge in the right direction. Tensions were already boiling on high, so yeah, that's all it took.
Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
The second round of rioters.
So, you mean... the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontanian history.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Areneas. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome?
Yeah, how else would you respond to that?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off.
I bet they did.
We had to select a location, construct a giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
Yeah. So that's what it was.
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Sorry about that. We deceived you back there.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts.
Oh, Charlotte is here too.
You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Thank you.
As for you, traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson.
Yeah, what exactly was your role? Because I get the feeling you were kind of trying to get her to spill the beans before this happened.
You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
No. You guessed wrong.
Oh?
My mission was to give you one last chance. We hoped that you'd share your secret with us before the magic box arrived onto the stage.
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance.
Okay, so seems I was mostly right. Yeah, you blew your final chance there, and now you have to stand trial in front of all these people, in front of a live audience.
It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done.
Yeah, the whole prosecutor thing, I guess, was just the fallback once the magic box did get there.
The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Objection. Okay, well, she's seriously doing the Phoenix Wright thing. Yeah. The only thing we can do now is judge the Hydro Archon. Oh boy! We get to judge a god! Who also happens to be the god of judgment. Go figure. Still, I can't help but be a little bothered by the conversation I can't help but be a little bothered by that conversation earlier. What did Farina want to say to me right before we arrived on the stage?
Madam Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along.
Oh, okay.
This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up proceedings.
Oh yes, I remember you. And you have a fine-looking mustache.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte!
Oh my... Just casually being like, hey, Charlotte! Like, yeah, she was there.
Oh, Lep Hymancy. Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us before? So she's already finished it, huh?
I guess just in time for the trial, right?
Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine!
And I guess that's why it's going to speed up the proceedings. Because we have a timeline all nicely laid out for us.
So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument!
It's a super practical gift. I never would have thought of using it this way.
Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
Yes, considering...
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duel you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, alright. I didn't think...
Oops.
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duel you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, alright. I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence.
There are no there are no mistakes, just happy little accidents.
It's the first time Monsieur Nervillette had a difference of opinion with the Oratrice. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out.
The Oratrice, there you go. Watch me forget it again later. Okay, Erinice.
A Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something.
Oh wait, does that technically mean Charlotte knows about the assassination attempt? Okay, Fortress of Meripede.
The Fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think.
Well, considering what was at stake and what was happening, It was better that you weren't there. Like, he barely made it out of there.
According to Monsieur Neuvillette, both Child and that whale should have been in the primordial sea at that time. I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers.
Yes. That freaking made my freaking heart stop there, practically.
The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
Okay, well... There's the refresher of what's been going on since the beginning of the year and almost the end of the year now. Well, actually, I don't even know for sure, but this did come out like, I don't know. Well, you know what I mean. It's been a long few months, but here we are. It all comes down to this.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, Neuvillette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese.
You're literally making a mockery of justice.
Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon.
Okay, yes, we finally get to hear Lumine talk more. You know what, just to make sure I don't talk over her, I'm gonna mute myself.
Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud, who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Well then! That is a pretty bold statement there. Okay, I'm gonna go back on mute in case Lumine talks more.
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
You just called her the F word. The only fraud is the guy in Sumeru who's standing next to the crafting table.
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but did I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
Charge accepted. Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge?
Do you confirm or deny being the Archon of the Hydro Element?
Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty?
I don't know. Well, okay, let me just to clarify, I did read some spoilers, as I mentioned, but I didn't read too much into it, so, I mean, I kind of have an answer for that, but even if I say it right now, I'm probably still dead wrong here.
There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yes, although the Oceanids pretty much denied you once Egeria died. And they were like, screw you, we don't want to live under your rule anymore. And they just went all over the place.
Yeah, even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
I don't know, a lot of people throughout the Genshin Impact community were doubting it. But then a lot of people were doubting... They were doubting Nahida. I mean, we just finished, well, hours ago, obviously. We finished talking about how people were thinking it was either Alhaitham or Baishu who were the real Archon. Or that Yaimika was the real Electro Archon, and... I don't know.
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
So you do admit that she is irresponsible. And I must say, why are you giving me those sexy bedroom eyes?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory.
Except for, well, I mean, obviously they'd have to be, like, way older than 500 years. But anyone who remembered Egeria... Novelette said that he never got to meet her, so... I guess that that more or less gives you a time frame there. Especially since she ended up dying in that war.
See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld?
Okay, mute time.
If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
Huh. An argument with near impossible odds, huh? You have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
So it would seem, especially because she makes the point, a lot of, well, pretty much everybody here in this room, she's been the Archon since they were born. And damn it, we're being denied of more Lumine talking. The people only see you as their The people only see you as their Archon because that's their long-held belief.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am?
And we tried to give you a chance we tried to give you a chance to confess, but you didn't take it.
And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
Magic. Okay, no. I've got to think carefully. What do we know to be special about Farina exactly? Besides her English VA being very attractive? Okay, no. Alright, let's see what we have here. Irrelevant. Okay, all of this is irrelevant. So then we are looking at the conviction here.
That doesn't sound right. Paimon doesn't think this clue can be used as compelling evidence to build our case.
Okay, I guess not. Meeting with the knave. Ah, yes, when she was even saying, like, doubting the Archon of the land of her birth.
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Such as a curse.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
It doesn't matter who gave us the information. What matters is the veracity of the claim.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse.
Oh, okay.
But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
You sensed it too, huh, Neverlet?
So, Farina, instead of an Archon, could you just be a cursed human?
Lady Farina is actually a human?
Which would explain why she wasn't able to defend herself against the knave.
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods.
Okay, then why don't you show me some of your godly power? Venti has done that. Raiden Shogun has definitely done that. Nahida has done that.
For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the endemitium that is used in every aspect of life.
Wait, that one trial proved the opposite. Farina actually has no control over the Oratrice at all. Yeah, well, child's conviction.
You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
An easy way of saying, I don't need to explain what I can't explain.
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
Well, how the turntables.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court.
rules that all should respect and follow.
Well, what do you got to say to that?
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon? Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day.
So you finally admit it.
But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
So you admit the Oratrice is flawed.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
Sure, we can put the Oratrice aside for now. But then, Miss Farina, could you give us a brief demonstration of your power as an Archon? Yes, that's what I've been saying this whole time.
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
I don't know, throw a water ball at somebody? Or it doesn't even have to be at somebody, just toss a water ball on the ground and let it splash. Maybe have it land on the carpet so that it doesn't mess up the wood floors.
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
Oh. Okay, well, Novelette can protect the people.
You don't need to go that far.
A brief demonstration of your power over Hydro should be quite harmless. Surely an Archon can at least match the capacities of a human with a vision.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium!
Tell that to Venti.
Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Oh boy.
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yes, Bedroom Eyes Lady, you're right. She's literally just pulling this out of nowhere.
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
Yeah, it's so easy that a random assassin lady can go and make her beg for her life. And then leave her crying on the cold hard ground so badly that even a little kitty cat will feel bad for her and go up to her and... yeah.
It seems like nobody's buying Farina's excuse.
Because it's a very stupid excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar.
Well, then show your power, then.
I'm still the same Farina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me?
The people are kind of fed up with you.
Please? You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true,
She really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
It seems that way, doesn't it?
Enough! That's enough! Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is? If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. How can we refute her now? Seems like she really doesn't want to give up.
Well, yeah, her reputation as an Archon is on the line here. Her livelihood is on the line here. If we can't prove that she isn't the Archon, we can try to prove that she is just a human. And if she's only human... Oh, wait, well... We can't use the assassination attempt? Okay, well, this doesn't really seem relevant. Let's see here. Oh, I have no idea. Well, I'm still just kind of going over this. Yeah, so that's irrelevant, and, well, the assassination attempt is irrelevant. Did you not mention that to her? The whale is irrelevant. Well, ugh. Are we gonna do something like pour seawater, pour primordial seawater on her? Just be like, look, she's melting! Well, I'm gonna try it and see what happens.
That doesn't sound right. Paimon doesn't think this clue could...
Okay, I thought so, because I'm near like, yeah, that doesn't quite... Ugh, okay, I'm pretty much just gonna be taking shots in the dark here. Oops.
It has been established that all Fontanians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Are we seriously gonna try to pour the water on her? Is it basically going to be like the Wicked Witch here? She's gonna be like, I'm melting, I'm melting!
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Pouring primordial seawater on her and seeing if she dissolves, which... well, which would kill her. Although, of course, at that point she would be found guilty, so at that point her life is pretty much null and void, but still, I mean, you're like, are you really going to suggest trying to murder her to see if she's human?
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Super sorry, Mr. Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives.
Really driving that guilt onto her.
Including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater?
Okay, there it is. And alright, they're not gonna pour it on her, they're just gonna have her touch it. Well, yeah, I'm just sort of like, what happens if she touches it and she starts dissolving? What are you gonna do? Like, if she touches it with her finger, is she gonna lose that fingertip?
If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case.
Yes, by that logic, you should be totally fine.
But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering here. Oh, she's going. Farina?
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Yes, although if she... Well, if she declines it, that's only gonna make people be more suspicious of her, so... Oh my god, is she really going to do it?
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
Exactly. If she refuses, then she's pretty much admitting then and there that, yeah, that she's guilty. She's a fraud.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
She knows what'll happen if she touches that water.
What's going on? Is she really planning to... that's not what we thought she would...
Yeah, I'm guessing they just did that to really, you know, knock some or scare some sense into her. But yeah, that it was like a bluff, so to say. And she's going along with it, even though it could very well bring harm to her. Oh my, somebody stop her! Please don't let her do this!
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you may.
Hey!
She actually... God, well, she was so terrified to do it, though.
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really, was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Miss Siegewing? If you're present, Miss Siegewing, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewing? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see. That should be enough.
What are you doing, Siegeween?
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegeween.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Oh.
Thank you, Miss Siegeween. Lady Farina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
So essentially... So it wouldn't have been enough to dissolve her, but she's showing the symptoms.
Oh wait, what did she just say? I didn't get dissolved! Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson.
Oh, it was a fake!
However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur.
Okay, it wasn't a fake. It was just diluted seawater, then. It wouldn't have been enough to dissolve anybody.
We don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Whether they be guilty or not.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness.
And then she could go in and analyze, you know, the side effects.
It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina could have...
I can't believe... You...
I almost think she's at a breaking point here. But what's really going on here? Farina can't have not known the consequences of touching that water as a human. This is too unlike how she usually acts. Unless it's actually more important for her to keep up her facade than to save her own life. Yes! She's too busy doing that. She's too busy worrying about her reputation, which is essentially her livelihood. Or at least that's how she equates it. But hadn't she given up on everything a long time ago?
Listen to me! Listen to me, everyone! Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks! What happened just now didn't prove a single thing! Think about it! How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater?
Well, you have me on a technicality there, unless someone can clarify.
Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water?
Yeah, Farina's really being pushed to a breaking point here. And they're not buying it.
Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
Yeah, that's it exactly. They're not going to believe anything she says anymore. They're all convinced that she's a fraud.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Farina to win.
Well, let's see. We still have a whole bunch of evidence left to go through.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway Rachel is too stacked against her now.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is guilty. We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Farina is
innocent.
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
It can't be. Did the Oratrice just declare Farina to be innocent? Yes.
No. The Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
No? So then, were you expecting the Oratrice to disprove the guilty? Disprove the guilty verdict? Okay, well then. Oh boy.
Isn't that correct then?
Well, it's correct, but I guess you'd be hoping that it says that she's innocent, thereby proving that she's the Archon, but then that means that she's been living a lie.
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty.
So, it acknowledges her as the Hydro Archon, but it says she's guilty.
To be punished via the death sentence.
You're gonna kill the Archon?
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
I'm going to assume that the death sentence here is something that isn't used very often. Well, especially if some of these people are thinking that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
You're telling me.
Farina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate this quickly?
I have no idea.
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Well, if you really want to think of it this way, she's appeared to be kind of negligent very boisterous and unbecoming of what you might expect a god to act like. And she did allow some disaster to claim the lives of many. Not directly, but it almost seems like the Oratrice is thinking of like an eye for an eye sort of thing. Like, you let these people die, so now you must die. Which, yes, a lot of people would say that that is extreme. But, well, let's not get into that.
Yeah, even Vacher wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
What's more strange is, instead of Farina, the Oratrice rendered judgment on the Hydro Archon.
Indeed. Not only is Farina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Farina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place.
So essentially the Oratrice basically it gave out a verdict for a trial that really wasn't happening. Like, the purpose of the trial was to prove that she wasn't the Hydro Archon. However, the Oratrice branded her the Hydro Archon, but guilty of these crimes, whatever they may be. I don't think they even went into... I mean, they mentioned the incident of Poisson, but... Oh, man, I'm just here trying to, like, what?
But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
Excuse me, if I may interrupt.
Oh, Fremine. Oh, boy. Poor Fremine. Having to interrupt a courtroom full of all these people.
Is the trial still going?
It's technically over, but... what do you have for us? If they're gonna let us see.
Fremine! Oh, you finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
I was wondering why he wasn't there.
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
Oh.
Is that the first prophecy slate? Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
Interesting. So he found the missing slate.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water. But has the trial already concluded? Then... doesn't that mean I've come too late? Oh no. Father will be disappointed in me.
Don't worry, the mystery hasn't been resolved yet. It's still not too late for you to shine.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate.
Well... we can kind of see what's going on here. It looks like what you'd presume to be the Hydro Archon. But, like, what's going on here?
Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates, and would like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Alright, so we're finally going to see about putting this picture together. This looks like the previous Hydro Archon releasing her divine power, turning the Oceanids into human beings. And that's right. That was the spoiler that I saw. All of the people in Fontaine were once Oceanids, and the reason they dissolve in the primordial seawater is because of that. And in that nightmare sequence that Navia was going through, she even saw, like, all of the deceased people turning into Oceanids. And Novelet even mentioned how 2 Oceanids saved her. So yes, all of the people in Fontaine were once Oceanids. They were turned into humans by the Hydro Archon. In this case, Egeria.
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Are we gonna get a cutscene of this?
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Farina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon.
What? So then, are we saying that Egeria is guilty? Well, good luck sentencing her to death. Her dead body was turned into a pool of water in Sumeru.
So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kind of talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Well, I pieced that together from reading a few Reddit comments. An association between the contents of the slates and the events in real life.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paimon will do her best to help you remember.
Alright. Let's see here. Select and check the descriptions of the stone slates to extract key information from them. You can find scenarios related to the stone slate's contents and the incidents recorded in the interview notebook. There, you can verify said content. Okay, so I guess all that evidence that we didn't use might come into play here. As the verification process continues, the fountain water level in the menu interface will rise. When you have finished verifying all the stone slates, the truth behind the prophecy shall be revealed. Although, I did just kind of give away like why it is that the people...
Describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans.
Well, as I was saying before I started talking over Paimon, that's why the people of Fontaine dissolve into water whenever they interact with the primordial seawater. The people of Fontaine were once Oceanids. If they touch the primordial seawater, they basically lose their humanity and they turn into water.
Does that mean that Fontainians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well.
And that's kind of what's going on with the primordial seawater.
The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them.
Okay, so I was right. That is like a light, like the sky is full of lightning there. And Egeria is probably begging for forgiveness from Celestia.
This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontanians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing?
Possibly.
The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else?
Okay, well, I guess to make it obvious, yes. Child in the primordial seawater with the big whale.
Well, the first slate is the prophecy the Fontanians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on.
Ironically, we did have Farina crying on a throne. Well, not a throne, but a very fancy chair just now, when she was branded as being guilty. Or rather, the Hydro Archon. Now I'm really starting to wonder, like, what is the context of that verdict?
We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
Yes, it was inevitable at that point. Alright, it turns out that the Fontanians can be dissolved.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontanians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And the first stone slate tells us that long ago the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontanians can dissolve.
That's right. And then don't forget that... I already forgot her name, I'm very sorry, but... Valche's last lover. She took on the form of the Oceanid. Although the Oceanid was the manifestation of all the women that he had abducted and murdered, and their hatred towards him. Okay, I was just checking to see if the stream was still going. It seems to be getting pretty choppy.